Oh. There it goes. So I was talking the whole time. I'm not silly. Hello, Stooge. And Naruka, and Anas, and Anvil. How's it going? Dysfictional. How goes it? What is that? So there's like a buzzing. Well, I don't know. It's fine now. Ooh, is there a cat? There's a cat behind me. Who is it? Yeah. Up and up. What are you doing? No. No cat. So from my own UE5 physics hell, nice. Look, I'm glad to hear that I'm not the only one. In a kind of sick way. How do I... Where's plugins? That's above, isn't it? Oh, I just want this. Put in there. There we go. Smooth Log is coming along better. Yeah, so recently, probably like a week ago, I switched to just doing a virtual inverted pendulum. Just line trace. You know, like capsule line trace. Just because it's a lot more controllable in like the way, you know, you can almost just kind of choose to ignore stuff. Like, you know, if there's a tiny bump, it's like doing a fully physical... Well, doing the ball physics was a bit of a dead end. And then the feet physics was, like, not actually too bad. But... just the way that the physics constraint system in Unreal works is just like a massive pain in the ass. So, yeah. I might do... I think I already use... No, I'm doing a dot product, aren't I? Where's the dude? Here. Look ahead, look ahead, look ahead, da 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 da. And we were getting average oncoming normal. That's in slope degrees, which is doing this, but I could just use that as the dot. Because then in up here, no, down here. Gravity, this guy. This average oncoming normal. I already get that. So I could just put the average dot into here. Because this is based on difference in position, not in... Oh, is it though? No, it's just difference in position, well, relative to gravity. Which might be fine. It could just be summed dot. Because the thing that we're really concerned with like, see these look ahead traces, we're more so concerned with the overall slope. And I feel like we can get some really fucky results if, you know, one of these hits, you know, like the edge of one of these, it'll like point that way momentarily or something, which can really skew things. So I'm wondering, maybe we do move back to a slope. And then I also wanted to do maybe a, it might not be super useful. Well, here's my idea for, like, how the player is going to control, you know, the character and whatnot. So basically, I feel like when you're walking, so you can either hold control or toggle with control to make the character walk. When they're walking, they'll be, like, as careful as possible. Like, maximum kind of look ahead, smart navigation, whatever. And then when we're jogging, there'll be, like, a minimum, or, like, you know, there'll still be, like, you know, look ahead and preparation and whatnot, and, like, you know, the slope. Do I have any stuff here that I can... oh, yeah, I guess here is a good example. Like, you know, like the slope prediction stuff. So, like, if I'm running down here, and it's like, oh, yeah, then, like, the character should, you know, adjust their angle and whatever. But then I feel like sprinting should kind of, you know, be where, like, it's easier to trip over and stuff. So I feel like jogging should maybe... like, for example, if we take these traces here, and we measure the difference in slope between all of them, and like for example, going over this terrain here, it's like, oh, like, we know that it's bumpy, right? Like, we can look at the kind of variance of the height and the variance of the normals as well, and come up with a, oh, like, it's pretty fucked up right ahead of us. Maybe we slow the character down a tiny bit, just to make sure that, you know. It's like when you're, you know, like when you're at the beach, or like somewhere really rocky, like rock pools and stuff. Like, you just physically can't move as fast as you want to. Like, your brain just stops you from doing it. So I feel like when we're, like, you know, just jogging, because like I don't want players to fall down all the time, and I don't want them to have to, like, think about, you know, oh, like, I need to, like, step in this particular, like, you know, I kind of want them to just be like, hey, if I'm just getting from point A to point B, it should be, like, a pretty simple affair from a control point of view. So yeah, like, slowing down by looking ahead. We could even do stuff like, I'd probably even, like, scale the look ahead factor by, like, you know, a character's, you know, mental state, or, like, physical state. Like, if someone's been blinded, then we can just turn off look ahead, you know, because they can't see ahead of them and whatnot. And so we could also use look ahead to scan for, you know, friction. Like what does the friction of the surface ahead kind of look like? And, you know, kind of compensate accordingly in that regard. But I think when we're sprinting, which is like, you know, sprinting's kind of like a like an emergency button for like, get me the fuck out of here. I think then it should be like, you need to be, like the player needs to be careful when sprinting on like, you know, ridiculous terrain. Yeah, yeah. Alright, so I think today we're gonna do some leg suspension or pelvic suspension. Sounds like a religious order. Pelvic suspension. Ye must not. In GDC, the Babel's Death Stranding, to Lunar Movement, pretty sure there's not full physics, but you was similar hackery. I've seen some, maybe I think it was just about nav mesh, about like taking the variance in terrain, and like applying that to the nav mesh. What do you call it? Like the nav mesh priority, but not about how their actual movement works. I'm not even sure. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they don't do any physics. I feel like in like a AAA setting, you kind of can't fuck with physics too much, because like you need something that is like reproducible 100% of the time. Like it needs to be 100% consistent. Whereas I don't really care. Alright, let's do the... Do I want the angle? It is like an extra... Nah, fuck it. Let's just get the summed dot. Tuesday, how's it going? Average oncoming dot. Well, average oncoming dot. Oncoming tangent val dot. And then we will look at the dot variance. Pardon me. So let's yeet that. I guess we need our previous dot. So we will get this, do that, and then this also becomes prev dot. Promote to local variable prev dot with no space, and then that gets set here at the very end. Let's move you up to here. The sum dot plus sum dot, that's the sum. Then we want the... So they do something with the terrain, character balance, foot placement, look at single applications. Yeah, maybe they do, like, some balance on top of just kinematic character movement. Kind of like how Tony Hawk's does it, you know? Then we'll get priv dot. So that was -1 minus, and then it's -1 again. That should be. Well, then we have another. This is called dot variance. Or total dot. Total summed. Some dot, well, it's dot derivative, but I mean, it makes sense as variance. Is this too much math? Maybe. Who fucking cares? Actually, not even that much. Brews dot minus this, and then, oh no, we need some dot variance. What happens at the very start, though? Is what I want to know. First order, I want to start to balance that. Most of the case, maybe. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Like, you know, if I can just say, like, the... Because, like, there's almost, like, two factors that you can... Like, that slow you down when you're moving, right? There's, like, friction... Which friction can be caused by, like, flat surfaces, but also, like, a kind of, like, composite friction where it's, like, you know, gravel, for example. Like, gravel... Individual particles of gravel have high friction, but it's, like, the fact that, you know, it's a granular surface... But then there's also just like, okay, yeah, like I'm running on a flat surface, and like in a game, we use textures and shit to do like, you know, little rocks and whatever. But like little rocks can slow you down a lot because, you know, your feet land at funny angles and all that kind of shit. You lose a lot of momentum. So I can probably put like, yeah, like a micro roughness in the physical material that we can scan and use, but then also like an actual friction value. As well as, you know, actual rock meshes. Some of areas. So what happens at the very first one is what I want to know. So number 1. Would be added, and then it does its thing. The previous dot is going to be, well, it'll be 0. Which isn't correct. We would need to do... Look ahead location. Well, how do we... Trying to think how we get the very first value. Because we don't do a... Well, oh no, I guess we can get this... Oh, it's not the impact normal though, is it? Well, I guess for the... No, because it should always be 0. I guess it's literally just the contact normal. Funny areas of roughness for some sleeping areas for character tripping over and stuff. Yeah, well, I think that'll all just be emergent from the actual system itself. Also, Switch! Hell yeah. Do you wanna... You can post a link in the chat. If you'd like. That's huge. You're 10 years ahead of me. I guess it is just the normal. Because we're just looking at slope. And we've already got the direction because the traces look ahead. Hell yeah, let me have a geese. Yo, it looks so clean. He's spooky. Spooky man. That's dope as hell. Hell yeah. I vibe. I vibe hard. Ugh. The guy's smile is just... I don't know, it's... He's a freak. He gives me freak vibes. I can just get the maybe just the tangent. Oh, thanks Windows Security. Forget what it... Windows Security, it was complaining about something. But I can't remember what it was. Ah, open hardware. What's it called? So, like, look at all my temperatures and stuff. And the computer was like, oh, I don't like this. It's like, bro, shut up. Open the damn program. So that was just getting dotted against gravy. So we'll do that, and then that can be set prev dot. So that's our initial dot for the variance. Cool, cool. Alright, then we go here. I should probably also absolute this, because we want the variance, not the average, you know. Like, even if it's up or down, it should be, yeah, like... It should contribute to the, yeah, variance. Where the fuck is the function end? Here it is. And we want that divided by this guy. Cool, cool, cool. Hey, piss off. Sick. And just chuck him down there. Cool, cool. Don't do multiplayer because it sucks to develop? Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I've done a little bit of multiplayer before, and it's like, yeah. Like, everything becomes a whole thing, you know? Even just like the littlest things. It's, yeah. I thought the animation had like some it had like a charm to it. I'm trying to think what it reminds me of. It kind of, I don't know, it reminds me of those. It reminds me of horror games. Like indie horror games. Like, for some reason, it just... Yeah, I don't know. Or it kind of reminds me of, like, old, like, Gary's Mod animations, you know? Like, you know, like the Shrek... Gary's Mod Shrek animations and stuff. Take that as you will. That's just something it reminded me of. Central Silver Press channels, game trailers, no reply. Sucks around. Wait. Oh, I'm unlucky. Yeah, a lot of places like that. It is kind of like a, you know, like if they're doing you a favor, they want money. Otherwise, you need to be doing them a favor by like allowing them to post it. You know, like if game trailers or whatever is the first place to post, you know, the next Witcher 7 trailer or whatever, you know, Call of Duty 58, then that gets people to their... In fact, they're probably paying developers, hey, like, let us premiere your trailer if it's like a, you know, anticipated one, or they think that it would do really well. Like a big thinger. Alright, where are we now? Alright, let's go print, and let's just see what the... Well, actually, I should do this at the end of the cycle. Actually, no, I'll do it on the outside. Which also means we can do, instead of average oncoming normal, we can use average oncoming tangent val dot. Bitch, why can't I fucking... Okay, but like, when I said do that, I meant do it without spaces. You shit. Cool, cool, cool. So that's already all done. I guess I'll keep that there. Tangent val dot. So we could, in theory, average oncoming tangent velocity dot. Just smack it in there, right? So that's average oncoming normal against relative contact velocity along tangent. Yeah, although, well, wrong way. Positive? No, because it needs to be dotted. Well, hold on. Okay, now we're just, yeah, doing... That's a bit schizophrenic. No, because it's against the... So that was giving us the oncoming slope. But that's not... It needs to be relative to... I guess it's this, right? This minus that. That's the change in this stuff. At which point, is there any point? Maybe... moved to 5.8, it's so bad, Megalites are super buggy, engine always with memory exhausted, was working 5.5 and it was perfect, most moments of made a human way back. So I had to move, right, true. Yeah, it sounds kind of dodge. Fucking Epic and their bullshit. Epic and their bullshit. You know how it is. You win some, you lose some. Nice. I wonder if... Oh, actually, because I'm not smoothing that, am I? Whereas I was smoothing this. What if I just did that? Average oncoming normal. So average oncoming normal versus average oncoming slow. I know it is better. Because it is the average... Well, no, yeah, it's not the slope. It's the dot against... Well, it is just the dot against up. Like against gravity. Which does mean... Oh, let me just make this bigger. And we'll put you here. I mean, that works pretty well. Because what's it saying? It's saying... The dot is just against gravity. So then... Not you. Anim shit, blah blah blah. Impact compensation. This. Because previously it was this against the incoming or oncoming normal. And it was just that into there, then that into there. Which I'm pretty sure gives us the exact same result. Well, if I fucking did this. Well, yeah, it gives us the same result on... on flat surfaces. But I'm pretty sure doing it this way gives us a better result on, you know, slope surfaces with bumps, with undulations. Because it's giving us the slope, as in like the change in height, versus the normals, which the normals are sort of irrelevant in this case. So yeah, that should be good. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I vibe it. What happened to my... Yeah, cool. Alright. Let me just set up the other option, which would have been, well, this. And I'll keep that for now, but I don't think it's super relevant. Chuck that there. And I should probably do, like, a bunch of caching of, like, the normalized values of some stuff. Because, like, I use them a bunch, but there's, like, you know, there's a square root in every normalize, so probably not ideal. And it's actually not average oncoming tangent velocity dot, it's actually oncoming, like, gravity dot. Or up dot. What's up dot? I could probably even optimize that by doing, like, because I know how long the trace is. So if I know how long the trace is, then I can just figure out how... I guess that's what the normalize is doing anyway, so fuck it. Let's also get the slope variance and see what that is giving us. So, if we say blah blah blah, slope variance, it's 0 along here, which is, yeah, fair. And here it goes up a bit, but then as we go here... Okay, that's interesting. Why would it be... Here it should be 0. The variance should be 0. Yeah, Wolf, how's it going? And then over here it should be like way more than that. Yeah, like lots. Should be like, oh yeah, like shit's getting pretty fucking hairy. Lots of variance here. So we were getting the dot, getting the previous dot minus this one. Absolute sum them all. And then divide them by how many traces there were. I'm guessing that the relative contact velocity along tangent. Okay, if I'm going up this way... Where the fuck is the character now? Come here. Like, yeah, going up this slope, it should be 0. I don't know why it isn't. It's dot against look ahead location to the new location, normalized. Then that's dotted against gravy. And that gets chucked in there, the sum dot, and then minus the previous dot, which we did generate over here. So the current thing to the look ahead would be that direction. Is it maybe just looking the wrong way? Actually, that probably makes sense. Yeah, that was it. Cool, cool. And then there is a bit of... Oh, well, I guess the variance comes from the fact that this can curve with our acceleration. But it's like not enough to really fuck with it that much. Or maybe we do just look at the well, no, because if it is stepped, then yeah, like if all the normals are facing straight up like these, then we do actually need to rely on the slope difference. But then, I mean, we may as well maybe do the normal variance as well. Did look ahead send anything? Yeah, they did. We now automatically, well, if I was actually doing it properly, the character will automatically, if I go slow-mo, you'll see the character like lean back as we're about to hit the slope, so that we don't trip over forwards. And the same goes with, like, you know, hitting the bottom of a slope and whatnot. So that we don't just, yeah, like, completely eat shit. So that'll just help us keep balance and stuff. And not expend as much force. As much, like, horizontal force. Because we essentially turn... Like, you can see with it... probably better to look here. With it, we kind of peak at like 10,000 something stride acceleration when we hit the slope. Like maybe 13,000, which is great. Whereas without it, we hit the slope. And you'll see that the acceleration has to jump up to like 30-something thousand. Yeah, nearly 40,000 if we don't lean into the slope. Which would cause, you know, falling over if we had finite power in the system. Which currently we do have infinite power, but that won't be the case forever. Using Mover as a physics over network. This is just a fully custom... Like, all I'm using is... add force at location. Like, this is the only thing, like, as the end result of this thing, is just this. Like, if I just unhook this, force 0, then we just fall over. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's crazy to think that, like, yeah, the only thing happening is, like, at this point down here, we're just applying a bunch of forces. Like, you know, like balancing a something on your hand like this. Except a bit more gracefully. Which is pretty much how humans work as well, you know. That's why I like this solution. But I think in order to replicate this, it probably wouldn't be that hard. Because everything is like a known force and whatnot. All the forces are known. You could even like, you could like reapply like the location. So like if I'm here, but on the server I'm like here, or on a client I'm here, you could just like do like a positional correction using the controller. I don't know. I might down the line have a go at replicating this. And I mean, it might even be just replicatable with like Unreal's, you know, physics replication shit. Because we're, you know, like, obviously all the logic is doing a bunch of stuff. But if all the Epic, the Unreal physics replication needs to know is like, you know, like what forces are acting upon this thing, then maybe it's doable. Yeah, okay, you can see, yeah, big variance there. So that works. Maybe we do like a normal variance as well. Remember, Arcade created Box 3D physics engine because he was unhappy with chaos. I think I saw a thumbnail for it. But I mean, yeah, I feel that. Well, I feel that, but also I haven't really run into any problems with chaos yet. I've run into problems with systems that Epic initially made using PhysX and then ported to Chaos, like the, you know, physical animation system and physics constraints and all that kind of stuff. But as for like Chaos itself, I haven't had any issues. Yeah, let me have a gaze.
Hello, I'm Aaron Cotto. In 2006, I released Box 2D and opened, so just turn left. This character movement, and not really wanting a rigid body character. One of the features is soft,
soft collisions.
So the red capsule there might be an enemy, so you want rigid collision, but then the blue could be an ally, so you just kind of squeeze out of them slowly. Bumps like that, so it's handy. I also in make use of that. The pogo is very good at kind of just smoothing out movement.
Yeah, see, that's kind of what we're going for with, like, when we do steps and stuff. Although ours is actually balancing. It's not like a locked thinger.
Yeah, you can see it kind of smooths out movement over these bumps, which are very common in game interaction there. The support for pre-computed compound collision or baked
Mm.
collision. In shapes like a bunch of holes or a bunch of meshes. Box 3D has kind of basic support for
But how kill for Fog Valves, Rubicon for my game. Yeah, fair.
for spheres versus mesh. I have mitigation for ghost collisions, so you can have vehicles with sphere wheels and
Yeah, the inertial damping is... Yeah. Nice. Yeah, that's fucked. Yeah, dope. It's like actually chaos. I mean, the nice thing about this thing that I'm doing is that, like, this is engine agnostic, right? Like, it's just a bunch of math. As long as an engine can do line traces and apply a force at location, then, like, you know, this is just good to go. I might need... Oh, no, because the stride acceleration isn't smooth. Although I do use the stride acceleration smooth in the look-ahead traces. Where's these look-aheads? For that, yeah, look-ahead velocity. Uh-huh. Well, no, that's velocity, sorry. Contact velocity, yeah. Stride. Okay, no, that is smoothed. So why does it... Aha. Yeah, it's better. Okay, cool. So then let's just get one more variance in, which I'll just do a normal variance, and then which is literally just this. Well, no, this isn't actually. That's not the normal. Oh, well, no, actually, no, we get the normal. Sorry, that's what I meant. The normal of the hit thing. So we do get summed normal, but then we can also get prev normal. No, not actual. Your local variable. Prev normal. Bam. So we get that. Then we get the current. Well, there is the previous normal. Let's set that down here, actually. At the very end. Probably do that with previous dot as well. Just to clean it up. Put you there. Cool. Alright, previous normal gets set at the very end. Then we need our local variable, summed normal variance, which is just going to be Some normal variance plus the normal minus the previous normal. Bam, bam. You go there. Schwow, schwow. And then that gets set as the summed normal variance. Wow, what a fucking mess. You can live there. Yeah, that's fine. I don't fucking care. And then previous normal, so that's our normal here. This guy can swoosh along. Cool, cool, cool. Is it previous minus current or current minus previous? Or does it not matter? Some dot variance is previous minus current. I mean, yeah, it doesn't actually matter because it's... Yeah. Previous minus current. Oh, again, it shouldn't really matter, but I'll just... For consistency. So that means that if the normal is the same between two doodads, then it should just return 0. And then... I mean, the normal variance should probably be... Well, we don't really need to know what angles... No, you know what? We need to do this and then just do length. Vector length. And that is our... So our normal variance is actually a scalar value. Yeah. And then... Bam. And then, sorry, oops. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you. Why are you... You know what, fuck you. Schwow, 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 schwow. There we go. So that gives us the difference in the normals. We then add that to the sum. That's the summed normal variance. Then up here. Summed normal variance. Bam. I'm going to call this summed slope dot variance. Or just slope or... I'll call it slope variance. Whereas this is normal variance, which is same but different. And it's divided by how many traces there were, and that is our average oncoming normal variance. Variance. Maybe physics replication is a myth that works like shit. Yeah, I mean, I've seen Org playing around with it, and yeah, it seems like a headache. So this is our slope variance. Then we've got our normal variance. This, I might change the name. then we've got our oncoming slope variance. And then it'll pretty much just be like a combination of these, you know, maybe just whichever's higher to break, as in B-R-A-K-E, the character. So if we look at the normal variance, then... Where the fuck is it? Eh? Excuse me, bitch. Oh, well, the normal... No, the normal is pointing up. Okay, hold on. Normal variance. So... Oh, I never set the previous normal. Previous normal should be contact normal. So... No, fuck you. And this should be contact normal. Get contact hit. Bam, bam. Shwow, 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 wow. Okay, cool. So now it's 0. As I go to the slope, it changes. Yeah. Cool. However, if I went over here... I mean, we'll see the difference between the cubes and the spheres, right? Because these cubes have, like, a little bit of normal, like, tilt to them. So, yeah, we're not getting past the 0.0s with these. But then on the spheres, we will get... Yeah, a lot more. Because the normals, which accounts for, like, you know, side to side and whatever, is also changing. So that's just, yeah, how we manage the upcoming roughness, macro roughness, or jitteriness of the landscape. Cool, cool, cool. Well, I mean, look, we're probably not going to use them right now, but they'll be very handy to have. Let's do some stuff. Let's set up some bullshit. They're physical, aren't they? Let's just go over here. Just smack down that. How big is that? That's probably a bit too big. Well, actually, no, that's probably a good example. So the look ahead stuff is for like general looking ahead, right? But it doesn't necessarily... Why does that... I guess we're summing them, aren't we? Yeah. We need to kind of look like a step ahead of the character. Because what we want to do is we want to avoid the up-warping, right? Like this. Like, boop. We kind of want to do that in advance. We want to be like, hey, we are about to go up a slope. Let's just, like, pretend that the contact point is, like, floating above the actual trace point. So this is, like, look ahead. Whereas we want to do, like, step ahead. Which... They're almost the same thing, but they're I guess this one is, like, a variable one. I guess the step ahead could just be the first trace of the look ahead. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll just do it completely separate for now. Yeah. I'll be right back. I might make a coffee or get some snacks or something, so, yeah. Alright, I'm back. I got some chocolate. Yeah, oh, how's it going? Hope the project's going well. It is. It's going quite well. Quite well indeed. So I think our thingo yeah, okay, so we need to know our kind of lerped height. Before our depenetration happens. Which makes it different to the look-ahead stuff. Although I probably could just do these. What do these need? They need the relative velocity, which gets done here. Hello, Barry. Hello, funny boy. What you doing? You're a good boy. Did you have fun outside? You gonna sit with me? Yeah. You gonna sit? You just want to rub your face all over my equipment? I mean, that's fine too. Off there, please. Don't sit there. Hop off. Don't make me click at you. Good boy. Good boy. Come here. You wanna sit? Come here. Oh, you're a good boy. What a funny cat. Is it good? Little smoocher. Yeah. What is it, my boy? Sometimes he's nice. Other times, he's evil. When he's evil, I call him Barry. His name's Larry. Or Lazarus. But then I call him Barry when he's being naughty. Like his alter ego is Barry. And I'm like, am I speaking to Barry right now? But no, he's definitely Larry. At the moment. You gonna come sit in my lap? You gonna sit here? You can sit there. Yeah. What a funny boy. Like bad Larry. So, exactly. I hadn't thought of that, but I mean, yeah, basically. Hey, stop biting me, please. No biting, no biting. Jekyll and Hyde, but Larry and Barry. Yeah, exactly. You biting? You biting me? Do I taste good? Funny boy. Sorry, I'm just banking my sharks on RuneScape. That's why I'm taking so long. Just need to bank my cargo. He's orange. Yeah. Both amethyst cats are orange brothers, and they are little shits sometimes. Like they're getting up on the kitchen. I mean, they're both only like 1 year old. So like they're kind of still kittens, but compared to my cats are so lovely and they're so obedient, you know. Whereas hers still have a lot to learn. Like, don't get on the bench, and don't piss off the other cats, and don't scratch the couch. Don't scratch the damn couch. The new couch that we got. God damn it. Alright. Back to work. How's it going? The guy next to me literally played RuneScape the entire time. Yeah, look, it's a way of life. It's just such a good. I don't know. I don't even. It's like the best game I wouldn't recommend to anyone. You know? The game is just it's a weird kind of, I don't know. It's not like the other games, basically. Is how I would describe it. It is not like the other games. So how big is a step? I guess we don't really know, do we? I guess we can just fuck around and find out. But yeah, for the look-ahead traces, I guess they do need to be quite fine. Whereas like a step is like kind of a fixed thing, right? Whereas these kind of jiggle. Yeah, no, I think we'll do a step ahead trace separately. New function, step ahead trace, singular. Some fishing. It might have been the fishing contest quest where you gotta. Spoilers. You have to beat the vampire. Well, one of them's like a vampire, but like. He's like suspiciously vampiric. Like he's wearing sunglasses and like, you know, very pale. So you have to put garlic in one of the outlet pipes near where he wants to fish, because that's where the best fish are. And then he's like, man, I fucking hate this spot. Like, can we swap? And so then you get the good spot and you end up getting the big fish. Amethyst, hello, hello. When Ellie Woolies be home soon. And Woolies. Sheesh. The old double shop. Are you getting any dinner? Any pizza? Something? Or no, we were just having soup, weren't we? Okay, fine. I see. I get it. You think I'm fat. You think I'm too fat. It's fine. Like, I get it. It's fine. Objects. You just think I'm too fat. Another plan. Oh. Oh. That sounds quite interesting. Funny boy. I wish I was fat. I wish I could just... I wish I was... I don't know. I just wish I was. Contact... Intersection? Wait, no. What's the contact... location? Surface area. I think they're the same thing, honestly. Let's go here. Let's get our... I guess it's our stride velocity. Stride... Speed, target, XY... No, I guess we just do our relative contact velocity. Not even a long tangent. I guess we just raw dog it. Gotta be right now. I feel like my UI looks too close to Sims 1/2 UI, but when I try to recolor it, the UI looks arse. You know what? I think that's a good thing. If it looks like Sims 1, it's evocative, you know? People will love it. I'd be more concerned if it looked like Sims 4, you know? Game is a live stream. I mean, that's fine. I think, you know, don't fix what ain't broke. I think people would welcome, like, some Sims 1 vibes. Plus, like, you gotta think, like, you know, Sims 1, it's like, you know, it's blue and, like, sky blue and royal blue and whatever. It's those colors for a reason, you know? Because it's, like, I don't know why. I guess calming. Break hit results. Let's do debug line. Big fat boy. Bam bam. And thickness 5. And then this is what color is a step? A step feels like sea green to me, you know what I mean? Like when you take a step, what color is it? Tell me. Why is this not surface hit location plus contact velocity plus 50 minus 50? Why hit location plus 50? Where the fuck is it? Contact. Oh, I'm not calling this fucking function, am I? Step ahead trace. We do this right here. Right before the penetrationating. Yeah. And I mean, look, I don't think... I wouldn't worry too much about trying to make everything completely unique. Just for the sake of being unique, you know? Sometimes things are the way they are for a reason. Like, I'm one to talk. I'm just like, oh yeah, my fucking... character locomotion has to be like fully physical and self-balancing, and I'm a fucking idiot and I do really dumb shit, but like I do the dumb shit so that actual productive people like you don't have to. So you can see like, whoa, what a fucking waste of time, and then not do it. Like people will be like, oh yeah, wouldn't it be cool if like the characters were like fully physically locomoting? I wonder what that would be like. And then you see me do it and you're like, yeah, no, fuck that. Dumbest idea ever. But I'm happy to do it because I have nothing at stake. Except like, you know, a mortgage. And like poverty. But, I mean, who cares? Who cares? Poverty's just like camping, right? It's like camping, but you can't go home. Me when I implement Box 3D into UE because I don't like chaos. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes you just gotta. Sometimes you just do. Do as I feel. I do what I feel like. Rudiger? No, fuck you. Along normal. This Alright, step ahead trace. Let's see what he's looking like. He is right. Well, fuck, that's a big ass step. Where do we want this? I guess it's like some kind of factor of velocity. I mean, like, it totally does depend on everything. But for now, we just YOLO it. Fuck it. 01. Let's see. So if I look at when I start stepping... No, go back. I mean, that kind of looks like where the step would land. But I don't think that's actually... Well, I guess when we're running... Fuck, it's so hard to know. Like, it's kind of like... the... You know, it probably doesn't fucking matter. Just whatever. Maybe double that. Just for now. Because the idea is that, yeah, we want to kind of... Not like jump up slopes, but like we want to act as though we're like going up. Like when there's a step. We want to go up the slope. Does that make sense? I don't know. Fuck it. So then we do the location minus... Well, it's just the location Z height. And we get our current contact surface hit location in Z. Can I just like split that here? That's probably cheaper. This minus that gives us a Z offset, which we will promote to variable, a real big variable. This is called the step ahead Z offset. And we do need to figure out, do we want this to go negative as well? Or not, basically. And we likely want this to be smooth. You want an F interp. No, fuck off. Step ahead, Z offset. Current, delta time, delta world. Cool. As the character goes flying, probably won't have a... I mean, it used to. I can show you the character going flying if you want. If this wasn't... If we had no... Well, if we had very little depenetration. Actually, no, that's... Sorry, that's negative or positive damping. If I just did this, we would whoop, go like that. Because it's never slowing the depenetration down. Well, I mean, it is, but yeah. Whoop. But then with damping, yeah. Actually, this needs to... Oh, not that high. That's too high. Yeah, exactly. I had turned that down a lot. Yeah, okay, currently it would still, you know, spring up. Although maybe I would make this harder. But then that also runs into its own problems of, you know... I mean, that's pretty decent. Well, okay, the thing is, right, we could... Yeah, no, we can... If we get this value, step ahead Z offset, which is the current high... what does that give us? I think this gives us a positive if we're going that way. So if we just get the step ahead Z offset and add that to the penetration depth. Let's just do pen depth plus dude. Bam. Schwow, schwow. This should give us... What the fuck was that? No, hello? No, that's not... That ain't it. No. Hold on. As we go this way, and we want to go up the thing... Okay, it worked for a sec. But the... Oh, you know what? I think the trace... missed. You know? Interesting. Maybe it's lerping to... Or do we want to actually alter the hit location? Contact surface hit location. Because if we just alter the penetration depth, then we will stop actually hitting the ground, which I think is what was happening there. Let me try doing it slower. Yeah, that's a thing. Huh. What if it was just like very fast? So then the offset goes up, but then fucks itself. Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Love it. Love it. I think it does have to actually... Well, no, our trace does go quite far down, doesn't it? Oh, fuck you. So we are always hitting. Yeah, it goes way below us. So the trace always goes way below. But then we do our... blah, 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 penetration depth. Okay, no, so I should be able to just add it to the penetration depth. Although I'll probably need to actually add it to the penetration depth each frame. Which that does get reset every frame, because I then use it down here to do some shit. Like... can't remember, but probably something. Maybe it isn't relevant. Where the fuck am I? Here. Step ahead, Z offset. Maybe it is just the wrong way around. Oh my god, I can't fucking... Let's flip it on its arse. Okay, now we're always sinking. Why would we be sinking? Because here it's just saying... So that should be like, yeah, go up. But then why does it hit that weird? Let's just print string. Print string. Does this also... Contact surface hit location Z. And then the hit location Z of this. Hello, hello. So wait, what the fuck? Step ahead. Alright, okay. Fuck yeah. Right, so the offset is... How is it? Oh, because... We're looking at the... Right, I see. Because it's not the actual hit here. It is the foot point. We actually want the intersection. Interaction? Contact intersection point. Z. Probably. Which should then be 0. Because that's where we're actually hitting the ground. So then that goes up. So what's with that sucking? Why does it suck? You could make it not able to go negative. So that it's just for step up, not for step down. And for stepping down, we'd want to do something different anyway. That is a bit... Well, I guess it is just lag, right? It needs more lag. Well, actually, no, maybe we do want it to go negative as well, so we can be under the ground. But then what does that mean? Because then this will be lagging too much. It's almost like I want to... Maybe I don't want to smooth the offset. Maybe I want to smooth the absolute value. No, but I want to do it based on the look ahead. Maybe I just... Okay, mate. Maybe I'll try doing this. I'll get contact surface hit location. This is our actual thing. And then... Well, hold on. Penetration depth. Maybe I want to do this earlier and alter the actual surface hit location using surface hit location. This is like the true thing. This is the contact point. But then penetration depth. Well, that's... that is slightly different, isn't it? How's it going, Luke? I guess I kind of just want to tell it that your Z location should be in between this and that. In between the Z of this and that. Which means that this needs to happen way earlier. This also is quite over-engineered. Well, no, I guess it does work. So fuck it. But yeah, penetration depth is a different thing entirely, which does need to know. Well, that's just that plus the pelvis. Because, like, penetration depth is like, if this is our floor and our stick is in the floor at an angle, maybe we're at a really sharp angle, right? The penetration depth isn't from here to there, like big long thing. It's from here. Well, it's the depth along the normal, which is like a small value. Whereas penetration length is really big. But then to do this kind of lerping thingo, it's almost like I want to fucking do it here. Like, pelvis location plus velocity, and then lerp the Z between these guys. No, but this is... Okay, this isn't the true location. This is the location of the hit, so I would need to factor in the current offset, but then I feel like that's prone to feedback loops. Why doesn't this work currently? Why do we get those giant values? Is it just because the trace goes above or below? Let me just do step ahead trace. Dude, just so I can really fucking like impossible to miss kind of thinger. Yeah, like where's that bump come from? And where's the sucking come from? So here it should go up, but then it's up for too long. I guess because it doesn't... Because I've got lag in there. And because of the lag... You know... Because of the lag, swag. I guess if I had no lag... I mean, this would probably just be a fuckfest, but... Well, no, I guess that's relatively... Well, normal. I mean, that's kind of just what happens if I didn't have this look-ahead compensation going on. Like, if we were just using penetration depth plus 0, then, you know, we get here and we kind of just, yep, we zhuzh up and then we fall down. Which, the falling down, I don't mind, because... For the falling down, what we want to do is, instead of moving the feet or the foot position through the floor, we instead want to, like, preload the pelvic spring. Which we can't well, I mean, we kind of could do it going up a slope, but it's just a bit harder. I guess it's different going up than going down. As we go up, this is like, yeah. So I guess we need to... Yeah, I guess we lerp the contact points Z. No, but again, that isn't... That gets reset each frame. This is a tough one. Because, yeah, like, we could just go springier. But, like, the character kind of needs to go up the slope before we hit the... Or up the step before we hit the step, you know? And then going down the step we don't care as much about, but... And if we do an offset value, and if it's interpolated, then it's too... I sense a cat. Who is it? Hello, Thane? You wanna hop up? This is a bit more difficult than I thought. I mean, it is, but it isn't. I guess we just need to make a true and a virtual contact point. Well, yeah, let's just do step ahead trace. And then we'll just do step ahead location. Just smack that out. Return. You can get this. Bam. And fuck it, that's all we need probably. I can just die for now. I'll keep it there, whatever. Wrong function. No, that's the right function. Here it is. Is following or jumping then against. Yeah, so the thing about this system is that it doesn't have states. It's a as in it doesn't have Boolean states or sorry, I'll wait for the ad to finish. You're back. Okay. So the thing about the system is that it doesn't have states, as in like Boolean or enumerated states. It has like fallingness or climbingness, if that makes sense. How do I break that? Make vector. No, that's not what the fuck. Look, a different cat. And this is gonna get reset as well. No. Yeah. This is very like a hoverboard, actually. Look, a funny boy. Good boy. You're a funny boy. Have your tummy? Have some tummy? are you going? You want to sit on this one? Okay. That's fine. That is fine. Okay, so how do I do this damned virtual contact point? Because yeah, currently, I mean, that works. It's using kind of the offset between them to, like, you know, make us go before or after. With some fuckery, obviously, but... It's not as smooth as I would have thought it would be. Because it's saying that... It's like, as we go this way... We do our location trace, which then determines all of our, you know... Well, the location trace... This goes just in the direction of the legs. And then this actual location... No, this is actually a lot like a hoverboard, because our character isn't actually on the ground. Our character's up here, like this capsule is the character essentially. Like if I turn off the mesh, then like this, you know, brown capsule is the character. And everything else that's happening is just, yeah, like a force. Like a force being applied at this foot point. So how can I do a smooth step up? I guess we could do a... Yeah, like we want to lerp to the location, not an offset between the locations, because if we smooth them... I guess we just take the higher... Actually, that's a good idea. Hold on. We get this guy, step ahead trace, and we do or just the Z height. You get the Z height, and we do a F interp. I don't know if I want it to be a... Well, I guess it kind of has to be. So we get the interpolated Z height of the step ahead trace. Let's just like hack something together. Target is going to be... I'll just use this. Oh, sorry. This way. Interp speed, I don't know, fucking 5 or whatever. But we could then use the max. So like, oh fuck. Location, break. And then make. So XY should be the same. Then you go into here. But then just the Z value, which, again, this is very, like, up-down gravity-centric, which I don't want it to be in the end, but whatever. So if we get this location, because we only want it to go up, we can go max between that and the smoothed look-ahead one, and just choose that. So then, if it's going down a slope... Oh, bitch. Target, step ahead, trace, into... Okay, what if I just make that fast as fuck, boy? Oh, I'm not setting the value. Should probably be doing that here. Oh, and then here into there. Sorry, I'm so fucking dumb. I don't even know what code is, you know. Why are you a little bitch? Ah, okay, on begin play. Ah, that's the thing, right? Is that it is... where's begin play? Just fucking set this as something close by. Just character capsule, get location. Get world location, Z. We'll just set that as that for now. Oh, that means that we will start up. So yeah, we're printing that value. So that's... yeah. So then why won't it choose... location? Purpose location minus that. Oh, we also... okay, so... no, because it should be maxing them. Or do I want to min them? I mean, that doesn't make sense to me, but... let's just make sure I'm not fucking this up. Step ahead trace. Impact point Z, target, current, step ahead. Z offset, delta time, interp speed. Cool. I mean, if I just did this, step ahead, Z height, and that is definitely getting impact point, impact point. Oh. Maybe I'm dumb as fuck. It's probably because I'm dumb as fuck, right? Okay, so that's without any interp. Then with interp, we get some real bullshit. So we slow down, then we get smooth up. Pretty good. And then it doesn't go down. So it's like when we're going up a slope, could even like... again, it doesn't go... well, yeah, I guess we don't want it to go down the slope, right? So we just choose the higher. I mean, that's pretty good. Although I don't know how it's going to go going up slopes, though. But it will help with, like, some shit. I don't know. Oh. I accidentally yeeted. The only problem I can see it having is, like wind up. Like, wind up issues. But, I don't know. Let's see. As we do... fucking wrong way. You could... go over here. That's what I want. So as we go to hit this slope, we should lean backwards, and yeah, it kind of like... It's essentially supposed to smooth out some shit. Like, if I went to go climb up this, it should smooth out. Yeah, okay, you did see it, right? It almost turned this into like a smooth ramp. Kind of hard to see because I don't actually know where the foot point is. But I mean, probably be able to see. There is still a bit of jerk, but I think that's just because of the penetration is overtuned. Which, like, the penetration doesn't need to be that hard. That hard. That 18 haired cocks. So yeah, so now it can fall. And just, like, kind of go up slopes. Yeah. So yeah, if I wanted to, like, go up this guy, just like walking, yeah, then you can see, yeah, it starts to lift before the thing. Which, I don't know, maybe for that speed is too much, but I don't care, honestly. I couldn't give less of a fuck. I think it's pretty good. And again, that's just for the feet location. Which is why I didn't want it to affect going down slopes. I don't know, do I need to give it acceleration, or... That is another thing, though, is that the penetration depth... like the height... Let me think. No, we're just telling it that it's intersecting at a virtual point. Which shouldn't change anything, actually. So no, I think this is a decent solution. The only problem could be that... Yeah, okay, no, so we still penetrate the ground. Even with it there. It's just that if we're going up a slope, it'll tell us that the ground is slightly different. Which can result in some funk, but I'm just trying to think, yeah, what happens, like, why does this happen? Or is that just because of overcorrection of the thing, or... Yeah, no, because I guess the trace and the look ahead are, like, hitting the same Z height, so that doesn't really matter. I think that's just fuckery on my part. So then we could try stairs or some shit. I don't know what stairs look like. Never been on a stair. I've never taken the stairs because I'm just too fucking lazy. There's some real fucked up looking stairs, but whatever. And the thing is, okay, here's another reason that doing the slope version of this is a better idea instead of doing the normals, average normals, is that this stairs, it will be like, hey, this is actually like a, this is actually a slope, you know? Like the stairs is actually, on average, a slope. There's some fucking big-ass stairs, but yeah. It's pretty decent. I should probably set step ahead Z offset, but then if I should probably then well no well hold on, step ahead Z offset. I can actually do this and then choose the higher of these to then set it, which if... Yeah, actually that should help with some, like, funky shit happening. As I've said, Slug's getting tired, falls over. Look, that's actually a mechanic. It sounds funny, but, like, it's actually, yeah. That'll be a thing. Don't you worry. Yeah, okay, so if the feet are higher than the lerp position, then this automatically gets set to that. So that if there's then another step... So that means we could maybe even slow this down slightly. Or speed it up, I don't know. If we go and slow time down. Yeah. Well, no, we probably want it to speed up a bit so that there isn't the jerk. I guess the only problem is that it doesn't know what the new, like, I guess normals of the virtual surface would be. But do we actually use the... Well, we do use contact normal. Fuck, so do I need to... I'm just thinking, do I need to create like a virtual normal if we're doing this look ahead shit? Because maybe that's what's causing it to kind of jitter and stuff. Is, yeah, like it thinks that we're on a slope that we're really not. And I'm not really sure how we would go about that. Well, we could get the difference between the current location and this guy. And, I mean, that wouldn't give us a normal, though. How would we turn that into a normal? Because, like, if I'm going diagonal, there's no way to say, like, hey, that's pointing out from there. Or do I just not worry about it? I mean, it is kind of like, yeah, an anti-jank measure. I mean, we can look at it with and without it, I guess. It's like, this is normal. Oh, wait, fuck, was I still fucking with the... No, I set that back to normal. Okay, that's good. So this is with out. You know, we get some zhuzh-buzh. And then going down. Yeah, seems pretty interesting. The one other thing I could maybe do is adjust the leg length by an offset. But then, no, that probably wouldn't work. I need to bank my sharks. Need to bank my sharks and not drive into Crandor Isle. Sailing's so chill. Wait, I want that. I want fucking... Yeah, mad skills. Tight. Yes. Do that big curve around it. Yeah, nice. Pogging. Alright, and then Cathaby's just up here. Hell yeah. Nice. Always on the grind. Let's see. Cargo. You know, I'll be right back. Give me one sec. I'm gonna get a snack and pee. I'm back. And I have chocolate. Right, what was I doing? Something. Something about something. So where's that spazzing coming from? I guess when we're leaning and going up the hill, it can kind of fuck, because the normals aren't known. How can I, like... But does it matter? Well, it does just... It means that there's a... If I just, like, gigalurp that, right? Wait, what the fuck? Step ahead Z offset. Target in-tap speed 20. Wait, so why is that not... Oh, because I'm not fucking putting it in there. Right. Ah, there's something. Or is that just because it's so... I should probably use the smoothed velocity for this. Also the fucking game server updating. Alright, hold on. We're gonna put on some banger tunes. What playlist were we doing last time? We were doing the 2000s. View full playlist. Yeah, I think we need to use the absolute velocity. Because that'll just be way more stable. God, why is it so skittish? I guess we just don't notice that at higher... Right, that's that little, yeah, jolt there. Whoops. So yeah, the one thing that I'm concerned about is what happens when we're just going up a slope, you know? Because, like, yeah, we're going to start floating the faster we go. Although maybe that's not the biggest issue. Because we'll probably do, like, an offset anyway. Or do we need to measure it against the velocity? Like in the velocity direction? I don't know. For now, it's probably fine. It's just a bit of smoothing. And I mean, we shouldn't really be going that fast up slopes to begin with, because we'll have a work budget that'll like stop us because, you know, as our velocity up a slope increases, we do more work. So then we'll apply braking so that the force budget stays under, you know, whatever it's supposed to be. So that is probably fine. Hello, I'll let you in a sec. Hold on. BRB. I'm back. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I was thinking... Was I, though? Oh, maybe I was thinking. Well... I was just thinking... With the uplerp. What's uplerp? Like, it's pretty pogging in my jorts. But... Wow, that was cursed. Why did I do that? Well, yeah. But yeah, I was thinking, like... I could adjust the normals by getting the angle and just, like, rotating the vector by, like, you know, I guess the tangent of that. Or... What do I even use the normals for, though? That's the question. Contact hit normal. That's just for the penetration depth, which probably doesn't matter that much. I guess I also use it for calculating the relative contact velocity. I guess if we know... No, actually it should work. Sorry? Not now, but, well, I mean, if you want them now. I prefer the Meigs. Let me just see if RuneScape is back online. How'd it go? You're not, you know... You're not gonna unalive? Or be unalive? How would I adjust the normal? I guess, yeah, we'd take the difference between them. And do we rotate the normal, or do we just construct a new one? Like, what is the virtual point between them? Because I'm just trying to think, like, if it's... Let's say, like, everything is tilted, right? Like this. And we're moving, like, across this way. Then what happens to the normal? Because the normal does point out, you know, this way. The normal force. So do we then rotate that? Or do we just... No, we can't just lerp between the two normals. I think we have to rotate the normal along the cross product of that axis. Fuck, this is getting fucked up. So we have rotate normal. No, rotate vector. Around axis. Or what's rotate vector? That's a thing. Rotate vector around axis. By an angle in degrees, which is easy to find. And the axis would be... why won't this damn thinger? Okay, so the axis is... well, it's whatever the current thing is. Well, actually, I'm not even sure. What the fuck is it? Because we're lerping up. We don't construct a real angle. Let me do something like this, actually. Like, this is a good example of what we're trying to solve, right? Like, if this here... no, stop doing that. No, you piece of shit. Fuck off. There we go. Yeah, so normal's pointing out this way. And then as we go up this slope, what happens to it? I guess it does... does it matter what the normal at the end is? Probably not really. Or, well, fuck, maybe? Because what if it was like this? Right, so like, we are here. And as we go forward, and we step up onto here, what does the fucking constructed normal look like? Like, what does our constructed, you know, slope look like? Well, no, I guess it is just going back that way. And maybe we could do some... do you guys get what I mean, though? Like, when we're going up, when my thing go up... why my thing go up? Why me? Because it is just from here to there as like a imaginary... no, but it does have some of this, so then maybe it is about rotating this. Ah, fuck. My brain. I'm pretending to think, but really I'm just playing RuneScape. Now I'm actually thinking. I'm parked again. So no, I guess as we go up to the new spot, we do kind of lerp towards... It's almost like... Hold on. I guess we would lerp the normals at the same rate that we lerp the height, right? And then if the height is fucky or whatever, if this is 0, or whatever the fucking thing is, then the normal should be it should reset. Yo, Zeke, how's it going? Yeah, I think so. This is, let's just call this our step ahead Z height. What are those damn cats doing? What did dog do? Alright, this is getting a bit out of hand. But... well, does it even need... here's a thing, though. Like, does it actually matter? Like, are we moving up a slope? Or... because, like, in real life, not really. Well, no, I guess we are still... Yo! Also, using this, we could... we can currently go up really fucking big slopes. Which is a bit dumb. But obviously we'd change that. I can probably change that now, in fact, but yeah. The only thing is that the look ahead... well, I guess the look ahead traces are taking an average anyway, so it probably doesn't matter too much. The other thing I can do is just not take a... I could just replace the Z with this entirely, which would do it both ways. Like going up and down. So like going up, it would lerp towards it, and going down, it would smooth it out at the bottom. Yeah. So going up was cool, and then going down, you know, it's happy to like clip down into it, but again, I don't think that's really what we... I mean, like, we can... well, yeah, are we stepping down at this point? Or... Or what? I mean, either way, yeah, we need to kind of... Yeah, okay, let's try impact point v interp to... We'll call this the step ahead normal. Contact hit normal. Something, something, something. Step ahead normal is this. Step ahead normal. But then do we just use that as the normal? Seems decent, I guess, maybe, but... No, but then we still have to know the angle. God, why is the fucking stride acceleration so... jerky? Stop jerking. Anytime making your valence of render as low as possible, actually. 4 islands. Try range guessing 1 island per split. Yeah. Yeah, unless it was all conjoined. Like if all the branches and stuff were like booleaned together. But then you'd need to be kind of smart about cutting them. Like if you had, I don't know, big branch or, you know, thingo, and then you had like little sub branches. And then you boolean them together. So because usually with trees and stuff, you know, your branches are kind of like clipping in, but if you like got rid of all the clipping and it was just like one whole mesh, then maybe you could do a seam, you know, like up the trunk and then under each branch like this. Or, I guess maybe on the top of the... It depends on where they're getting viewed from the most. But then, yeah, you could maybe unwrap it all as one big fat island. And then past that, you've got, yeah, like your leaf cards and whatever. But I'm not really sure. Yeah. 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 Okay. Oh no, if we're here and going up the slope. Hmm. Hmm. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick dinner break. This is the first time I've ever done a dinner break. Ow. So I might be back in like 20 minutes. Maybe 10 minutes. I don't know. But, I'm hungry. And I want falafel. Man wants his falafel. Alright, BRB. I'm back. Wait for the ad to finish. Hold on. Don't be that girl. Sit. Where you going? She's hungry. Lady cat's hungry. The cat is hungry. All right, let's get back to work. So I think... I'm trying to think. Yeah, basically I'm trying to think. So we do like our look ahead normal, and like that's pretty fine. That helps with doing some things. I'm just wondering... Like, yeah, I guess we can't really just lerp between the two things because of things like this, right? But, like, we would need to... But is it that... Does it matter that much, is the real question. Maybe it does, because that was pretty fucked up. Although, maybe that's just because the normals... If we just use the actual normal... Then how does that affect it? Yo, Z Nellian, how's it going? Thank you very much for the raid. How was the stream? How is everyone? How are all the raiders? We are currently doing some stuff. Oh my god, why does that... Right, because we... when we go up, but then, because we are... Maybe we do need to... Because of advantage of the mover plugin, this is completely custom. No mover. Mover's banned. Let me just get the character mesh back. What's it called? Player. And we go visible. There we go. So currently, let me explain. Let me explain what the hell I'm trying to do. Basically, you know when you have like a broomstick, and you can put it on your hand and like balance it, you know, by like adjusting the position of your hand. I can get a prop somewhere. You know where my sticks are? Actually, can you pass me that crowbar? Can you pass me that crowbar? Alright, so I have a prop. Alright, so... Where's it heaviest? Like the... Like... Maybe I'll do it this side. Right? So, like, as it starts falling over, I move my hand this way to get, you know, to balance it. Oh, fuck. That could have been real bad. So that's what this character movement is based on. It's an inverted pendulum, is what the physics nerds would call it. And essentially, we have a target velocity, which is the you know, player's input. That's this orange line here, the dark orange line. And so, as that increases, we look at, oh, what is the difference between the current velocity and the target velocity? And it's like, okay, well, we're stationary, but we want to be going 400 units in X. So then we say, okay, well, let's accelerate some proportion of that. You know, maybe 10% of velocity becomes acceleration, or 10% of the difference or the error in velocity between, you know, the current and the target velocity becomes acceleration. So then as we get to our target and our absolute velocity match, we no longer have to accelerate. You know what I mean? But then it's like, how do we get the character to move? Well, we take that acceleration and we turn it into an angle. Because we know if I had this at 45 degrees and I just let go of it, in order to keep it at this angle, I would have to move my hand, always accelerating at the same as gravity. So 45 degrees equals needs to move as fast as gravity is pulling it down, which is 9.8 meters a second per second. So like, right? So we reverse engineer that so that if I want to go 9 meters per second, then we lean at 45 degrees. So that's our target drive angle. And then in order to reach that target drive angle, we have to move our feet. And that's where all the magic happens, is down here, we have a virtual contact point, which is like, there's no actual collision down here. We're just doing a line trace and like measuring the distance from the bottom of the capsule and comparing it to how long we want the legs to be and all that kind of stuff. And then we just apply a force to that point down there. So we're never applying forces, you know, like thrusters, like jetpack thrusters. We're only applying force down, you know, where the feet are touching the ground, which also means that it works like with two-way physics. So if I just grab this guy. Actually, does that one spin around? Or it does, doesn't it? Do I just have like a floater? Twisting platform. Moving platform. Floating platform. There we go. Alright, I should be able to get up here without dying. Oh, I take it back. You just have a crowbar on hand next to your desk? Yeah. I mean, I've got plenty of tools in my desk. We've been renovating the house for like a year, which is why I haven't... Okay, I can't actually make it to there. You know what? We'll just start on the platform. Boing. Okay. So we're on a platform. And because... I wonder if it will oscillate because we're doing some weird lerpy stuff. No, it shouldn't. But yeah, we're always applying whatever force we're applying to our feet, we apply to the surface that we're on as well. So if I ran around in a circle this way, then eventually this platform would rotate the other way. And that's just like emergent from, you know, the way that we calculate stuff. So you can see this corner's over here now. And yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, like if I go over here, it should be. Well, yeah, I can't really jump yet. That's one of the things we're going to be working on, is jumping. Because currently we don't have a leg spring, we only have feet spring. Oh my god, a double raid, back-to-back raids. Yo, Jed, how's it going? I'm just back from my dinner break. Some physics gooners? Hell yeah. Let's get the slimes milked. Oops. Okay, that wasn't supposed to happen. Anyway, that's the that's what we're working on currently. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Oh, what the fuck was that? No, don't do that. No, go back. I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, now we're just spinning. Your precision now for this side. Hell yeah, nice. Yeah, this is the move. Now let me show you. We're currently working on some. I guess it's not really edge cases. It's kind of like non-edge cases. But in essence, let me just put this step here as an example. This is a pretty big step as well. Okay, why the fuck did it... Okay, so moving down's fine, but... Oh, is it because the lerp is... Oh, 55. You know, that makes a lot more sense now. Why it was so fucked up. So that's what we're working on. We're working on stepping up onto stuff. Here. Let me catch up on the chat. There's a lot of talk. Suckle, since 2021, I guess you only using blueprints. What are your thoughts about the blueprints in UE6? Maybe you touched on that subject before, but I'm new here. I think that they are silly to remove blueprint. I think it's very, yeah, it's a bit silly, I think. Is Mover plugin bugged or not so user-friendly? I think it's just a bit rigid, the Mover plugin. I've just always preferred doing stuff. The thing is, right, I like Unreal Engine as a framework, but I kind of just hate all of the plugins that Epic make. And it's like, oh yeah, we made this plugin that's like never gonna leave beta, and also we're just gonna deprecate it in the future, and then just, you know, and then basically fuck you. You know what I mean? Monsieur Room, I did. Well, I've put it on hold at least. The joint system. I'll probably revisit it when it comes to doing like bigger creatures and stuff. Yeah, that's schmoove. But yeah, sorry, Crafted, what we did with the look-aheads, I'll bring this guy over. The look-aheads are... Currently, they're doing a few things. So we look at the oncoming slope, and we tell the character to, like, lean back to prepare. To compensate for, it's called impact compensation. Which also goes both ways. Like, if I'm going down this guy, and I'm about to, like, hit the ground at the bottom of it, so that I don't, like, fall over on my face, it will, yeah, lean back slightly. And then as I'm going up it, we will lean the other way. And you can see that the stride acceleration, this blue value here, if I freeze or slow down, it peaks at a way lower value. Let me just turn off the smoothing. Currently, that's... Oh, that is still... Okay. Where do I factor you in? It's down here. When we calculate the angle... Here? So if I... Hold on. So yeah, if we go into this, it's like a pretty good, you know, little compensation, so that we don't fall over. Whereas previously, I zeroed this. Where is it? Here. Then you can see, like, the stride acceleration jumps up, like, heaps and heaps when we approach, or when we first hit the slope. So you can see it goes up to, like, yeah, it was like 40,000 or something. Which would exceed the budget. That would exceed the budget, and we would fall over. So if I was, like, limiting how much force our legs can do, that should probably go there, and then that goes there. And we're just saying 30,000 currently. That's probably not even enough to, like, turn around. Yeah, not quite. We go 40,000, maybe. Yeah, plenty. But yeah, pretty much as soon as we hit that amount... I mean, that wasn't too bad, honestly. Well, yeah, you saw it there. As soon as we hit that amount, we're pretty much guaranteed to fall over. So if we just go over here, oops, and we go forward, bam, we fall over, we die. But if I put the impact compensation on, then it converts a lot of that force into normal force, which is the, you know, this one there. The one that points up, or that points against the normals. So we shouldn't, in theory... Yeah, see? We didn't fall over that time. So it's just a nice way of helping the force budget be maintained. Nice. It is funny, though, these look-ahead traces... I'm gonna, like... maybe not turn them off, but like reduce their effectiveness as characters become more blind. As in, like, their sight is obscured or they're intoxicated. The other thing that these tracers are doing is they are looking at the difference in normals and the difference in... How do I even put it? If the slope was like this, like a straight slope, and all the tracers are like here, there, it takes this slope direction, or, you know, the dot product of it against up, and subtracts it from the one ahead of it, so that would then be 0, right? So if we did that all along here and added them all together, then the total would be 0, meaning that the slope has 0 variance. But if it was like, you know, if the traces were like, I don't know, here and there and like this and like that and whatever, then like the average slope would be still the same direction, but going from here and then minusing that from this produces, you know, some positive number. So we can get the variance of the slope. And we also do the same thing with the normals of the hit traces. So, like, you know, the normal here is going that way, and the normal's going that way. And, you know, this one might be pointing to the left, and this one might be going to the right or something. So we can use that variance factor to just, like, slow the character down slightly. So if it's, like, really bumpy and shit, we can just be like, yeah, like, let's take it easy, you know? Which we're not currently using at the moment. I could, let's actually get the hell's it called? I guess the braking factor, right? We could take the, here. Normal variance, slope variance. I don't know what values they're even really looking at. Slope variance, that's the lerped value. Like 0 point somethings, yeah, 0.1s and 2s, and so I could probably just take the 1 minus of them. Although I know the normal variance on these slopes is a bit more different. Like on these ones, yeah, it goes up to like, yeah, 0.2 and whatnot. Where do I apply braking factor? In fact, I'm not applying braking factor. Let's just go slope variance, normal variance, smack them together, flip it on its ass, and then multiply here somewhere. No, fuck you. Smooth target velocity tangent. I'd probably have to do that pre-smoothing, wouldn't I? Well, no. No, that's probably fine. Why here is it? Oh, right, the braking factor's taking in the force budget into account. Let's just yeet the budget. or make it really high. Buzzget. Total budget. We'll go 100,000. Plenty. Doing Death Stranding system? I don't know. I haven't played Death Stranding, so I'm not exactly sure. Why does that think that it's... You know, let's just do these guys. And we'll do it in here. Target velocity XY. Multiplied by these guys into there. Why the hell is that a vector? You are not a vector. You will never be a vector. There we go. Alright, so let's go to our bumpy zone. The bump zone. And we should see the character target velocity slow down a bit as we go. Yeah. Yeah. And that just makes it way more predictable. So the idea will be that, like, when you're walking, it should essentially be, like, impossible to fall over. And then as you start jogging, you know, like, there's still a little bit of assistance from, you know, the character. Think of it more like you're telling the character, yeah, move forward, and the character is like, okay, like, I'll move forward, but, like, just let me, like, just, you know, don't rush me. I don't want to fall over. That's probably a bit extreme there, but then when you're sprinting, I think I'll almost, like, throw all of the assistance out the window. Or at least tune it down. Or it might just be that the assistants can't even keep up with sprinting. Maybe it just won't have time to react. Yo. What is it, Gil? Clockernot. PM tutorial was for yesterday in 5 minutes. Hell yeah. I'm happy to hear it. You're playing Rain World, make 3D where I have played Rain World a little bit. I didn't get super far in it, but it was very intriguing. Very intriguing game. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, that's a floaty platform. Yeah, I think That was the same with me. It's pretty hardcore. But yeah, currently what we're trying to do, I just realized I didn't try and explain what the hell I'm trying to do also, is we want a nice way to almost like smooth the Z height of the feet. Which is like more relevant when we're going up a step rather than down it. So I might only do it in the positive direction. And then for going down a step, we might just do... So like we need to program a spring for the leg length. Currently it's just like a, you know, I'm just setting it to 10 and then setting it to 90 or whatever. Which also doesn't result in jumping, which I would expect it to, but I guess our... our damping factor... I mean, maybe we only want to damp... maybe this is something that it was... saying at some point, but... the derivative, so the damping, right? This is what keeps us from just oscillating like this. Right? And then, like, if we went here, it would just be like, oh yeah, cool, we're like this, and then we'd just fucking pogo forever. So this is, like, what slows us down. It dissipates the force. But... maybe... because, yeah... we could do... contact velocity along normal... dotted with the... well, I guess the normal. And, you know, only if... I could probably just clamp... question mark... and just, like, fucking... do this or whatever. But it's still gonna oscillate. Well, actually, maybe it won't. Maybe if I make it fat enough. Maybe it needs to be the other way around. Try that one. Interesting. Interesting. Right, I'd need to... fucking... get you here. And then here. So only if penetration depth exists and only if velocity fucking thingo. So I guess that is a way to do it. You know, only damp in the downward direction. But then we'd probably need more damping to compensate. Like that. Probably fine. I don't fucking know. But then we run into issues like this. Ooh, we went up a step? Well, fuck you, you know? Like, it's just like... Ooh. Which maybe wouldn't be that much of an issue if we were using a separate spring for the legs, right? So if the leg length had its own spring value. Because that's essentially how we would jump. So yeah, no, I think that's correct. We only want to damp when we're moving into the ground, not away from the ground. Otherwise, yeah, we get sticky. We get sticky feet. But then, yeah, we need to have some kind of pelvic smoother. With like a bit of lag, so that our legs can adjust. Because like, if you think about it, our character's not crouching right now. And then when they hit this slope here, it's like, bam. Like, we're still not crouching. We're getting yeeted up. But if you think that, like, the frame that we moved onto this slope, if we were then crouching, which I can maybe time if I'm really... like that. And then slowly get up. That would avoid the pop-up, I guess. And then on top of that, we can... I've been experimenting with, like, a step ahead. So this big green line is our step ahead trace. Which essentially is emulating us stepping ahead. So, like, if I was here, then it should kind of lerp us up to the top of the ledge, right? Which then, because it's smoother, deals with the pop-up. So a combination of that plus leg springiness, springiness, I think is what the play is going to be. But then I'm thinking, okay, like, with this, like, step-up fakery, do I need to act as though stepping up... like, do I need to... does the normals need to be that slope? Like, so that, you know, we know where our tangential direction and shit is? Or do we just, like... is it purely just a lifting force that we don't really care about? Do you know what I mean? Because, like, if it was a soft ball, like an exercise ball, it can be in contact with this normal and this normal at the same time. Like, it would kind of act as though there is a ramp there. You know? You think like a fucking monster truck. If a monster truck was going up this step, it would almost just act as though it was a slope because the wheel is so big. And you think about a human has, you know, the legs are like a part of a bigger wheel. So, like, the hip to leg radius is kind of the wheel radius. So I don't know, I'm just wondering if it's necessary to have the normals be generated. Or do I just say, fuck it, like, you know, we just YOLO? Or should I just use... because steps are a bit funny, right? Because sometimes we hit the wall of it with our trace. Which, like, it shouldn't really happen, right? We shouldn't really allow it to happen. Unless we just turn this into a sphere trace again, which would probably... I don't know. Maybe that would unfuck some stuff. Well, no, we're probably still gonna... Yeah, no, that's even worse. So cursed. What if the step has a slope on it, then you need the normal for positioning the foot? Yeah, so like, we were thinking about that just earlier. Like, if we're on a slope, and I'm just thinking, because yeah, essentially we're like creating like a virtual surface for our inverted pendulum. When we're like, you know, going up a step or whatever. But maybe I could just treat it as though it is here. Like ahead of the step. Because this one... I don't know. Fuck, it's hard. Or we just treat the normals as... You know, from here to there is the normal of the slope. And I mean, for individual feet, for the IK and stuff, it doesn't really matter too much. Like, yeah, we can get the actual normal of this. But for something like here, where, like, you know, we're going from one wacky slope up a step to a completely different slope. What is the virtual normals in that instance, you know? Does that make sense? And it's kind of hard because, like, we're not actually... we're just doing, like, a look ahead, right? We're not actually doing, like, oh, yeah, we're stepping from here to there. It's just like, yeah, we're looking ahead. You know, you should probably lerp up or some shit. Ow. I forgot I can jump now? And yeah, air control's a whole different thing to tackle later on. Still haven't implemented friction proper. Like, I've calculated the maximum friction, but I haven't actually, like, implemented it. The muffled gradual solution works if it happens in reality, right? Kind of. Yeah. Well, you got to remember though that the controller is like the character mesh is like irrelevant to, you know, the actual locomotion. The locomotion just looks like this. And then everything else is just like the character's just a visual element to that. What happens if I do hit this? Not much. Yeah, it's fine, I guess. Well, I mean, I guess in reality, the friction would... we'd slide because of friction. But currently, friction is... I guess that's the same with like this as well. Like, yeah, we would just slide down it if we weren't stepping up. But yeah, I'm just trying to think. I don't, maybe it's fine, like not worrying about the normals and shit. Also, someone asked if I know Exanima, and yes, I'm a big Exanima fan. I'm a big fan of the concept of Exanima, but not necessarily the implementation of it. It's kind of one of the reasons I wanted to make a game, was like Exanima but less jank. Like, you know, just have like normal camera controls and like WASD movement and attacks that are kind of more like, you know, Dark Souls, where like, well, Dark Souls with a bit of pizzazz. Like, instead of like the physical funny stuff, just have like keyframed attacks, but then, you know, you can aim them with your mouse. Like, do like an aim offset. I feel like, yeah, maybe the normal force is... I don't know, maybe I can look at some papers or something about, like, yeah, smoothing, going up a step to, like, emulate a human character. Because, yeah, we want to avoid popping up and down. So then how does the leg suspension work? What's it, like, looking for? Maybe for now we'll turn the height lerping off. So we're just kind of like raw dogging, you know. We're just getting yeeted up. Getting yoten. like that. So what should it be looking for? And let me also turn off that this guy. Isn't the problem affected by the resolution of the acceleration tests? Oh, you mean these ones out here? So these ones aren't directly affecting the physics of the system. These ones are kind of just saying like, okay, yeah, we're looking ahead. You know, do we need to slow down? Do we need to angle backwards or something? To like, you know, for impact compensation. But they're not actually directly affecting, you know, like what the system thinks is the contact point, you know? So like, this is just, yeah, querying ahead and being like, you know, oh, am I going to hit a slope? Okay, let's lean back slightly before we hit it. Or like, is the terrain really jagged? Let's slow down a bit. Whereas the other, the kind of like lerping up the slope, is like physically changing where like the contact point of the feet is. Because, you know, I can just be like, oh yeah, let's get whatever the line trace hits. Wherever it is, over here. And just like add 100 to it, you know. So now it thinks that it's well, if it would fucking work. So now it thinks that it's 100 units above the ground from wherever it hits. Which obviously changes a bunch of shit. Or I can say like, okay, negative 30. So now it thinks that it's like sunken under the landscape. So essentially like the approaching a step, we're telling it almost like, hey, here's the ground, like the actual ground. Here's where you are. Here's the step ahead trace, which is it's a separate trace to the to these little ones here. It's just one that sits ahead, however far a step would be. And then it says, okay, well, we are here, but we're gonna be here, so let's like adjust the height, you know, the Z value to be here, and then on the next frame we're here, and it's over here, so it's still at the same height. So it's like, okay, yeah, let's keep lerping towards that. And so that should, like, smooth, you know, as we keep moving. It should act as though, like, because like a human, right, when we're walking, and this is our center, this is our pelvis here, we kind of go like, you know, like a little bit before the step, and then during, you know, after the step, our trajectory's like smooth. We don't go like, boop, like that. we kind of do this. A bit before and a bit after. Ugh. Hmm. Such a good cat, girl cat. I don't know, maybe I need to do a little bit of research onto this. I think, like, the solution's pretty good, but obviously has some flaws. But then I guess once we do leggy springer, then it might just fix itself once we can, like, yeah, stabilize the pelvis, or try and stabilize the pelvis. But the thing is, right, we can't really... I mean, we don't really want to tell it that, like, you know, oh yeah, like, just make your legs longer. But that's kind of what it is doing, right? I mean, those are the two options, or a combination of the two, is if we have a step, we can either make the feet position think that it's on a slight slope, or we can make the legs longer so that then, you know, then when it hits this part, we shorten the legs really quickly, you know. But I don't know, I feel like the leg spring needs to have a little bit of lag on it. Or like it just naturally will, because it's, you know, a PID controller, or PD controller. Want to use the max character moving component max step high instead of using line trace by channel, use capsule or sphere trace by channel. Well, we will have something like that. Which, yeah, is currently just determined. I mean, we're not using the character component at all. But we essentially have, like, a built-in max step height by, you know, whatever this level here is. Minus the giant jump. Still pistoning? Kind of. Single piston on a little, tiny little wheel. It's more like a pogo stick. A sliding pogo stick now. A unipogo. Exactly. Because, yeah, like, again, if the spring leg could, you know, contract and then slowly... That's the thing, right? We need to be able to make the leg either jump, like that, or contract slowly enough that it doesn't shoot off the ground. Yeah, so there's that issue, but then, again, if we do this, then it will lerp it to here, which makes it jump less. But it also means, like, yeah, it, like mechanically, what is that? You know? Well, I guess, like, from, like, a animation point of view, at this point, when it starts to go up like that, the leg is on here, you know, it's helping us step up at that point. Which I guess is what that forward trace represents, right? It is sort of representing the foot that is ahead of us. Like that. I feel like it almost needs to be a, rather than like an finterp 2. Oh, that's the wrong one. It should be a finterp 2 constant, but based on the velocity. finterp 2 constant, but what does this fucking mean? Is that just how... I don't know. Target, delta. Interp speed is the dude. Velocity? So yeah, when we're going slower... Or no, do I want it to be... No, it should be the other way around. It should be when it's faster, it's slower, because it's looking ahead further. Because, like, here we don't want it to yeet up. We want it to kind of be more gentler. Although it does do it over the same time, because we are moving faster. So maybe this is just a static value. That's the fucking... I didn't even plug it in. You're dumb. You're dumb. What the fuck? No. Steady, steady. Steady. No, that's not... No, no. Stop. 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 It's upside down. Bro, that's not it. That ain't it. Target delta time current. Goes into there, and then into there, and then that's the step ahead Z height. Yeah. What the fuck? Is it just because... How does interp constant work? Hey, what if it was a giga high? 1,000. Okay. No, bitch, what the heck? Right, so that's too fast. Too fast. What if it's like 100 or something? No, no, stop. No, that is not how it is supposed to be. No, 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 no. 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 Now we're fucking Beyblading. Now we're just... I just... Yo, fuck. Rated into ads? Hell yeah. That's what we like to hear. Let me go step ahead Z height. On begin play. It should be... Hold on. Step ahead Z height. Capsule location. Max leg length. He's gonna... Oh my god. Stop it. Unreal. What are you doing? Max leg length. Who the hell is Max? How was the stream? Stream? How was the... What the... You know what? Maybe I just shouldn't talk. I'm not a person. I'm just not real right now. Fox, how was the stream? The stream was great? Hell yeah. Okay, I need to move these. Sorry, little chicken. Oh. Sit. I just need to move my legs. Oh. I wasn't doing a manual ad, actually. I think it just automatically... I think the auto ads were running. Oh, fuck. Yeah, sorry, how was... A game over level? Hell yeah. Cerberus standing in front of the gates of hell. Okay. Sounds kind of spooky. I guess it is nearly October, you know? In like a month and a half. Not pro. Yeah, okay, yeah. Dark Fantasy beat 'em up game. That's kind of like... Well, no, you know what? That's nothing like... My game at the moment is Capsule on a Pogo Stick Simulator. Sorry, it doesn't usually look like that. It looks like a, It actually looks like a person sometimes, right? It's just that, like... It's a person that, like, identifies as a pogo stick. Or at least they're classified as a pogo stick. But yeah, we've just been working on like a bunch of... It's just, there's just too much maths, you know? Like we hit this slope and it's like, yeah, we need to lean back so that our normal force doesn't exceed the tangent force and the dissipating and it's like, you know, so much stuff to work out. And now we're just trying to figure out... I mean, like, it's nearly there. It's, like, almost nearly there. Almost. Nearly. It's, like... It's just... It's a thing. Right? It's a whole damn thing. Basically... that goes in there. So the trouble we're running into now is... Well, we figured out why we were sticking to the ground. It's because we were damping the velocity in both directions when we're, like, penetrated in. But now we're only doing it in the negative direction so that we can actually, like, jump, right? But then the problem is, if we go to a step like this, I'll go slow-mo for a sec, then all of a sudden, you know, we're penetrated in, like, a meter. And when we're penetrated in a meter, we get thrown a yeeter. We become a yeeter. So, like, we don't want that. So, there's two ideas that we have, which is, as we get here, we make the legs shorter. Okay, I mistimed it. I was doing that manually. And then, like, slowly, you know, slowly unfurl our legs so that we don't leave the ground. But then the second option that we've been playing around with is actually just telling it that there is something in here, right? Like, we can just be like, hey, we need to, you know, we need to lerp between the height. So we, like, have this big green trace, which is supposed to be like, hey, like, you're gonna be stepping up, you need to, like, lerp up a bit, which maybe 20 isn't enough. Like that. And you see, we yeeted up less. And then I'm sure we could do some, like, animation shit to make it, you know, more or less fucked up. Hello, Gil. So sweet. You are literally the best cat. But yeah, I think maybe a combination of the two is the play. But I'm just not sure yet. I might have to, like, look at how humans do it. How the humans do it. Because, like, a human would... I don't know. What would a human do? I guess a human would kind of jump. Right? Like, you would kind of, like, spring down, you'd kind of, like, leap. Or, like, stride up there. At which point, like, do we just auto-jump? Like, do, like, a little thing? But then that kind of... Do you have access to the humans to study how they would do that? I don't, but I can probably get my hands on some. But I just feel like if I made a devlog about that, it probably wouldn't go down well. Like, hey, I like... You know... I recruited human test subjects for my game. Unpaid, of course, because I'm a game developer. I don't have money. But yeah, look, I have trust. I have trust that I will figure something out. Like, I think it's a solved problem, like, online. I think... I don't think this is, like, a... You know, while it is novel, I don't think it's, like, entirely new. Like, I know a lot of games do this without... But, like, that, Box 3D, someone was showing us Box 3D. Its character stuff is like very similar. It's just that the capsule is locked in the roll and the pitch are locked. Whereas on ours, they you know, freely rotate so that we can get yeeted around by stuff. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I'll have to go outside and, like, I don't know, I hate doing that. It's so cringe. Does I realize is, yeah, smart people have been super smart and did stuff? Yeah, exactly, like, smart people kind of know what's up. Yeet. Yeet. Send nodes. Hell yeah. You know, I could probably do a spring damped, like, lerp. Instead of just an effing terp shit, I could just do, I don't know. Fuck, it's a bit difficult, isn't it? And I mean, this is like a big ass. This is one that I'd probably even just play an animation for. But then, like, am I gonna do animations? Or am I just gonna, like, fucking... Like, do I want to... Wait, are we lerping down there? No, it should be doing that. I guess it doesn't give a... Yeah, true. If we just did this, right? Well, actually, this into there as well. This would do it both ways. Which, like, also lets us clip through terrain. Or, like, clip under. Which is, like, you know... Maybe that's a way to go. So this, like, goes ahead, but then it doesn't voosh up because reasons, you know. Which, I mean, is probably fine. Maybe that is fine to just... I don't know. Yeah. And then with a bit of extra spring. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, nothing will be perfect. Exactly. There is also, like, other things I can do, such as, I mean, that's pretty good. Fuck. Maybe a spring damp would be... But then is the spring damp literally just the leg length thingin'? You know? Like, do I just say, hey, make bigger leg? Or does it have to be a combination? Maybe it does have to be a combination. And yeah, like there is like visible jitter, but like you gotta remember that all these little lines and shit aren't gonna be they're not gonna be there. Like a lot of the jitter is just the values jittering, which is totally normal. And then yeah, fuck, maybe that is fine like that. Let me just linear. Well, okay, what if I did a... What if it was non-linear interpolated, but still both ways? I feel like it... Because then it becomes dependent on... Like... Yeah, then it kind of never reaches the target. I think a linear interp is the way to go. And then I guess it's just about finding, like, the right look-ahead length and the right interp speed. Because, like, if it's too fast, then it's like, ooh, fuck. But then we can have it slower, but look ahead further. You know? I mean, that looked fine for that. It's not terribly fucked up. Except when this happens, right? Yeah, except when we... when we fucking link with the boots. You know, the floaty boots? And like that. I mean, we could add a... some kind of... Some kind of, like, range? I guess it would be like the step up, step down range. And anything outside of that, we just use the true... Like, of this, I mean. Because, like, this... Because, like, I would be able to just kind of yeet up here, which doesn't really make heaps of sense. I also don't know what happens... Well, yeah, because it doesn't have an upper or lower limit. If I just, like, run down here, it's just like, hey, we're fucking sinking, bro. And if I go up this way, it's like, oh yeah, we're floating. Because of the look ahead. Yo. So maybe it needs to be along the tangent movement vector. And we count a step as something... Well, no, because then we fucking... Then our movement vector changes. Well, no, actually, no. Technically, our movement vector does. But the hit normal doesn't. So if it's relative to the hit normal, so velocity along the hit normal's tangent would mean that, yeah, up steps, we get the warping and shit. But then... And also we'd have like a minimum and maximum thingo. But then going up or down slopes, there wouldn't... Oh, but how would we even fucking do that? Like, imagine this if it had like proper foot IK and shit, right? It would look less fucked up. You know what I mean? Things like you're clipping through the step, but in reality, your center of gravity is lowered when you're doing stepping out. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing, right, though, is that this is altering the contact point itself. Which it isn't correct in that sense. Maybe but at the same... But we're also simulating a character that has 2 legs by using a single point. So I guess in reality, when you take like the average contact point between the legs, if one leg was up here and one down here, we kind of do make a slope trajectory, right? Like that. So maybe that does make sense, in a way. And then the leg length bending, as in like this kind of thing. Well, obviously that doesn't work because now we're physically intersecting, but the leg length changing, that just goes on top and that will smooth it even further, right? And you know what? We could even do a little bit of pizzazz that'll make it look a bit better if we get the difference between the step ahead and the actual location. And we just slow the character down very slightly based on that. You know? Like we could do this guy here minus... Well, it would... Fuck, I don't know. So much shit to... Yeah. At OK height or debugs only looks small. Yeah, exactly. And the other thing is, even if there is slight jitters, we can smooth out all those values as well. Like, we can run them through an interpolator that's like, you know, still very responsive, but will smooth out those tiny little bumps. And I mean, the other thing is, like, the character mesh can also, like, lag behind or in front of the capsule if we really want it to. Like, we could interp the mesh separately to the capsule if we felt like it. Simulating center of gravity, the rest graphically through. Okay, yeah, exactly. I think this is the right approach. Like we're simulating. Well, yeah, the center of gravity is here. Which, yeah, like, the whole thing is a balancing inverted pendulum, so this is actually, yeah, center of gravity, contact point, and we're only applying forces at the contact point down here as a single contact point, but obviously human people have 2 contact points to fuck around with. And so we can think of our contact point here as the average between both contact points. So as I have 1 foot here and I'm stepping up onto here, the contact point average is floating, you know, in the middle of the thing. Yeah. And yeah, it does still preserve all the forces and stuff, which is good. It's just that this gets a bit funky. Anyway, I think I might wrap it up. I think I might preserve my brain and tackle it again tomorrow. But I think I've got lots to think about, and maybe I'll need to go outside and like walk around or something, and just figure out like, yeah, what the fuck are we even doing, you know? Yeah. The other thing we could do is, like, instead of doing a single trace down... Now that's an interesting one. Instead of doing a single trace down from the pelvis down, we do a trace in front and behind the character and take the average of them and then apply them at that point. Could be worth a shot. Because that would naturally, yeah, like kind of smooth out any steps. Because like this would go, and then this one would go up here, and it's like, you know what I mean? Sounds like math, so it might just work. Exactly. Or maybe 3 points. So like forward, front, and back. And just, yeah, like lerp between them. Or not lerp between them, but use the midpoint between them. But that's kind of what we're already doing. But it lerps over time, not over space. But the thing is, right, when we've got a step, we're not sensing the ledge. We're not sensing the ledge and like holding a point in space. So it's not like, oh yeah, we're here, and we're like, we do this, right? Like, we don't know that this is there. We only know what is in front of us. Like, holding onto a handle like that, I can't be fucked dealing with that. I just want it to be purely a responsive system. So, like, you know, if we're just looking ahead like that. But then I guess you could think that, like, oh, if we had... 1,000,000 traces in front of us, and we took the average or some shit, you know, then like here it would be 50-50, and it's like, okay, oh yeah, cool, we're here, and then here it would be 75-25, so we'd be like up here, but then it's like, it's just too computationally expensive then. I don't know. I'll think. I'll do thinking. We will do thinking, and then yeah. Well, I appreciate it. I think I need the people. I need the brain, the hive mind. All right, who are we rating? Let's have a sis. I do, Cog. I do. I've got to set bloom to max. Also known as using a cheap prime lens. Just smear Vaseline on the lens and you get heaps of bloom. Does no one use Unreal anymore? I can't find any Unreal streamers. I mean, I'm not looking super hard. What do you want, cat? Thanks, Ada. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you enjoyed the heck out of it. I think this system's like maybe like 1 or 2 weeks away from like done. Shawnee B, I do. Where is? How do I not follow? I rate him all the time. It's that thing of like, you know what it is? It's like, I'll raid someone and like I'll watch them and I'll like be talking in their chat and stuff. And then like, I'll do it again. Oh, is he about to raid me? I feel like... Or did he just... No, he isn't. I wonder... Oh no, he's going Hyperons. Okay. You know what, maybe we'll go there as well. Ready? If he clicks on my stream, we'll see what... He'll see me watching him. No, he's just stretching. I should probably do the same. My neck's a bit routed. Alright, well, maybe we'll raid him, and then maybe you'll end up in another stream after that. Let's go. Stream manager. Raid. Oh. We go. Cini B. Good luck studying humans. Thank you. Yeah. I think we're on an okay track. Wait, is he raiding? Is he raiding out or? Oh no, okay, no, he just... I think he just... Okay, you know, cancel raid. I think we go Hyperons. I think that makes more sense. I don't want you guys to get lost. Alright, dang. Alright, yeah, he just raided. That, yeah. Alright, cool. Right, thanks everyone. Maybe stream tomorrow, Thursday stream, I don't know. Maybe I'll just chill, maybe I'll do some shit. But yeah, yeah. I'll consult the internet. I'll consult the papers, and yeah, we'll figure out what the fuck we're doing. So, with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. And to the YouTubes, thank you also for watching.